Oh, we could show up a little early, I guess. There's nothing wrong with that. A few minutes. Hmm. Grab our coffee, as it is a necessity at this point. We can't go without it. It's just not ever going to happen. Oh, so what's going on? How's the big market today? How is the big bad market, Steven? It's chilling. Is there anything new? I don't really pay attention too much until I'm here. Yeah. I mean, I honestly don't mind the warrants right now. I think that's pretty good. Let's see what people are saying. Just buy shares at computer share. Oh, I mean, that's fine too. How are the warrants today? They're chilling. They don't really trade. They trade less than GameStop, which is going to have crazy low volume today. I think, isn't there supposed to be like an announcement or something this afternoon? Those 23s are still trading 96 cents in a dollar. Even post retracement. What's up, TCM? Welcome, homie. You guys are having a great day. I don't expect much today. Bitcoin is up quite a bit, 5%. That's substantial, right? So we're maybe seeing some liquidity come back into the market, which is good for us. Let's just get 5% on the S&P 500, right? And then we can go. Looking at a couple different things today. SMX is still going, but not aggressively. Not that we care about any of that. We're just going to check out, again, the broader market here. Maybe look at Bitcoin now and again. But try to stick with GameStop during these streams. And I'll do, of course, the recap on the broader market afterwards. And then we can just have that as like a short video on YouTube. What I need to do is A, finish this coffee while it's still warm, but B, get into some social media posts, because that's going to be a big part of this, is my ability to continually put out these social media posts, right? We'll do this here. I'm not very good at this, right? Social media is not my forte. What do we do? New post. Send it to both. Boom. And then because I suck at life, let's have chatbot write the post. I know you guys love AI. Yeah, I know the online community is a big fan of AI. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. can do that. This might be nice for you guys. I'm going to turn off my screen just because I'm going to grab something private. If I can find that. Boom. Okay. I'm going to get you guys a update now, I guess. Live options data. That's something we didn't have yesterday that I kept just looking at my other computer for. But I can get you guys that data as well. I just have to upload download a new client. Perfect. Verifying. Okay, now this can go here. Right? Then we'll grab some options information, stick that out over here, and then I'll turn you guys back on, and then we can have this window up all day with us. We don't really care about that side of the chain. Whatever. I don't think we're getting rid of it. Ta-da! Then we'll jump. Oh, that's got to stay up. Okay, so I'll just bring this in on top of it. I need a link for this go live. Live. Boom. Boom. I need a link for this go live. Live. Boom. Boom. I need a link for this go live. All right, those have been published. And let's keep tweeting throughout the day here. Can I do one of these always on top? So Windows Control T. And then this is always going to stay on top. Perfect. Okay, now I'll get your guys' chat back up. Hello. All right. Perfecto. So yeah, we're kind of watching these 23s today. We don't want them to lose too much value. We're in at 99 cents. Let me always on top this too. Perfect. That shall not be too bad.
Cool.
Cindy the Clown!
He is exactly like you in every way.
Breathtaking. I shall mini me.
Fuck, that's good, dude.
While you were frozen, we began a program to clone you.
Cool. Cindy the Clown!
He is exactly like
Jesus Christ, dude.
except 1/8 your size.
Breathtaking.
Breathtaking.
Mini me.
Those pesky infinite short shares. I would have gotten away with it. If it weren't for you meddling pesky short shares.
Today's the day!
How long does Bernie, like, edge us for this GameStop post is the big question, right? Whoa, utilization. Where did you go? Where did you go, Mr. Utilization? Dude, I was looking at this Power Packs site too. I just found this. This is pretty cool. Dang. That's where we found that Gengar post. So crazy that this is the Gengar that was worth that much. Like, man, it doesn't even look that impressive. But, market dictates value. So this is cool that they've got this whole set. PSA energy card. Oh my god, that's brutal. Yeah, this is deadly though. I think that these physical power packs are going to be like collector's items. I would love to have one of these of each edition. The skulls. And I think it's a good way to get rid of old inventory too, right? Old boosters that you've not sold from past sets. Totally normal. Small caps are selling off. Just full screen. Yeah, I mean, I'm worried about a potential breakdown in the market still, honestly. It could happen. And that's why we're so, eyes on the S&P 500 here. And I think it's waiting for something. The market's quite indecisive. I don't know what it's waiting for. Excuse me. Something. How many coffees am I allowed in one stream? So we're not breaking up. We're not breaking down. We're just kind of like, snaking the line. So we shall see. Volume is very low today. And so, like, it's hard to trade GameStop on, technically speaking, because the volume is so low. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. But when the volume comes in, it'll be a lot easier to, get a decent entry model that doesn't just swing back on you. Off the 15-minute 200 / sell side liquidity. Very nice. Let's see if we can challenge the 200 and VWAP and, maybe set a reversal signal here and then reclaim and go into the afternoon. I think that there's like some announcement today from from POTUS, right? Whether or not that sends the market up or down, will to be seen. But hi, Toddy Toast. You want to meet the stream? She said, no, not yet. Cat reveal at 1,000 subscribers. Hey, make sure to leave a like on the stream. That helps big time throughout the day. Maya says 100 likes, and she'll come roar at you guys. She's already getting ready, to be honest. Just screaming at me. I'll get those muted. Yeah, so just chilling. You know, the 23s aren't really losing any value. They're just kind of holding. You know, everything kind of bleeding a little bit down today, but so is the market, right? Let's see if we can reclaim that. If not, we're just hanging out watching paint dry, which is fun. Hey, Maya? So you're in my chair. Please leave. Oh, get out of there. IV is probably pretty low today as well, which is surprising. You cannot just roll on the keyboard. Like, I'm typing. Check out the trades I'm going to make. They're big ones. Don't put your cat butt on the camera, please. All right. Yeah, more more of nothing, but you know, at a certain point things will break out and we can take a look at it. The cat's in front of my keyboard right now, so I can't really I can do it this way, right? Let's check out the 15-minute chart. What's to reverse back on itself, which would be bad. But again, you'd want to pair that with the key level breakdown. And then you know, maybe we revisit this gap. I don't know. I think a lot of people were looking to target it. But you know, to me, it's already filled, right? We got to fill here as far as I'm concerned. Not regular hour fill, but good enough. A lot of work to do. But I think we could definitely challenge the 200. Most likely rejecting it again. I'll be forward with that, but you know, we're gonna have to challenge it and reject it a couple times before we break through eventually, right? So it is what it is. And again, this is why we, you know, were basically begging people to take profits yesterday, right? Because, you know, not all things last forever. Sure, there could be more continuation here, no doubt, but like, you can't guarantee that. What you can guarantee is the fact that you have profits and that you should be scaling them out. Where is that beeping? Is that your guys' Discord? I'm just kidding. It's here somewhere. I'll find you. Got it. What is it, like 6 days till earnings now? 7? Oh my gosh. I don't think GameStop's ever going to have earnings that are that good, that blows the top off of it. I think our earnings are better, and they're not abysmal now, but like, it's not ever going to be, you know, surprise, we made $1 million, right? I don't think, or well, not $1 million, $1 billion. I don't really see much of a surprise beat on that side of things. Improved SG&A, probably is the biggest thing, right? The cost it takes to make a dollar decreasing. It's becoming more efficient, right? And I think shedding a lot of those leases is a big part of that. So I think we should get those numbers as well. Being patient with these calls, I talked about it, earlier in the Discord a little bit, how I would cut them if the broader market broke down, and we kind of wanted to here a little bit, but we want to wait for confirmation, rather than just being hyperactive, right? It's not like the contracts are getting murdered, they're just kind of chilling. And if we can get a midday reversal, we'll look quite good. Timing perfect entry is never that easy. Market structure shift here is nicer though, right? We're going from making lower highs now to a higher high, right? So it's a change in the state of delivery at 2280. We round up 79, but it's close enough, right? And then I'm curious how everyone feels about the schedule. Obviously, that can be adjusted. Is 10 till close pretty decent, or are you more interested until the market open, right? I'm curious of that. Or just say no schedule, go live when you go live. I think a schedule is probably better. Not only for me, but probably many of you as well. Let me yell at everyone else. The second half, yeah. Because I do some personal trades in the morning on another call. But I could work around that. I could have the call on and the stream up at the same time if needed. I would just probably be less active. It could be the key to really growing the audience, though, to be first one online. Right? Maybe I should be streaming at 5 a.m. Huh, I never thought of that. Be the first GameStop streamer online. Because I know lots of the GameStop streamers aren't going to start till market open, right? And of course, if we ever have a volumetric event, I'm going to jump on. Growing your audience is the goal. You got to go all day. And yes, start during the pre-market. Yeah, it's kind of my goal. Yeah, y'all are wild. Everybody pulling on this PSA site is impressive. What the hell? I don't get it. Why is this worth $11,000? That's so fucking ludicrous. And then, like, you know, down 12.5K, pull a $21,000 Gyarados. What? What? From your phone? Oh my lord. I mean, he's got his NASA jumpsuit on. He's ready. It's really impressive. And you always see people winning, right? Well, this person didn't. I like when people post the losers. That's fantastic. Because they're not all winners, right? And like statistically speaking, the majority are losers. That's how this whole thing works. But great advertising to see the winners. Man, and like a lot of these cards aren't even that old. That's impressive. That's actually really cool. Is there a like a Luigi everyone, or is it like Mario and like Peach or Bowser? Mario, Pikachu. You got some losers? Oh my gosh. Well, you got to recycle it back in. Either be a hero or go to zero. No, that's pretty cool, dude. Appreciate that. It's a good thing I'm not allowed in there, man. I'd be fucking like not making rent this month. Right? But I think it's like absolutely genius to have something like that in place before the squeeze. Because like when GameStop squeezed the first time, everybody went and they're like, oh, we're going to buy, some Nintendo Switches for the children's hospital, right? Which was great. Don't kid me. But this is going to be better, right? They don't have to go out of the house. They could just sit there and just roll profits, which is, it's going to be really good because then, you're going to get this like fundamental base squeeze or like mini squeeze, I guess, right? Where we move up, everybody, scales out. And then they're going to put those profits into the power packs. Don't kid yourself. Absolutely they are. And, then we're going to get another quarterly report and all of a sudden the revenue's way up. Well, how did that happen, right? It's just like when Tesla came about and everybody bought a Tesla with their Tesla gains, right? So that, we're all rolling their call options and, becoming rich. And then they're like, oh, well, let's all go buy a Tesla now, right? And then the revenue blows up because everybody went and bought a Tesla. So it does it even more. I think we're going to have that situation unfold for us here as well. No, I don't think it's going to be a big deal this quarter. It's better, I don't expect it to be bigger this quarter than it was last quarter. Like it's not the be all end all for us, right? But it does certainly help in the short term, and in the long term, the ability for it to compound, I think, is like the ceiling on it is so high. Because even when everybody made all the gains, in 2021 and went out and was buying, Nintendo Switches for the children's hospitals or whatever, there were only so many Switches to buy, right? Like they ran out of inventory, which I understand they could do here as well. But it's like a self-solving problem as they buy that inventory back immediately, all in real time. Like, oh my gosh, there's no standing in line or driving. Like it's going to be great. I don't think the warrants are really going to trade too much. Like I'm not really looking at these until they clear 575. which they don't even show on TradingView. Like, so it depends on where you get your data from, right? Because on my broker, I don't know if I can open that window and show you guys. I gotta be careful what I show you on this one. Well, not too careful, but. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Create new chart. Uh-oh. Here it is. And then let's pop that out. Okay. So here's the warrant, so my actual broker. $5.99. I thought it was $5.75, but on the first day they came out, $6. So when we see, this, warrants are up at $4, all-time high, it's not. It's not. It looks like it is, but that's going to be dependent upon your data, because that first day they were quite volatile. I don't know if I can go back that far here, but regardless, they're on a bit of a tear. I can't believe they hit that 250. That's really impressive. I thought the $3, like the 275 was as low as they would go. And just not enough volume though, too, right? Like the volume on these is like, it just doesn't even exist. It's cool they're up though, and I think they'll continue to be up, right? I know a lot of people sold their warrants immediately. So I'm glad to see them come back. So there's the thing, is like they did make the right decision. Everybody who sold it as a classic dividend was correct. So that's what you do. You get the dividend, you immediately dump it. Hi, Beaner. But, technically they did make the right decision because they were dumping, at like $4, and now they got to buy back at, $2.50 to $3 probably. So that, ouch, your claws are so sharp, dude. Dang. But I'm glad to see them come back because, like, not all dividends, they just get roasted and they're done. But I do think that if we do have them go in the money, that they're going to be exercised. The interest is almost nothing, but yes. That interest is about 4 something a share. Yeah, he's quite fluffy. He'll take the pets. He loves the pets. If we turn on the cash floor. So that interest is the difference between $11 a share and $15.80 a share. Is the interest that cash pile makes every quarter until 2030, right? Because this is our cash floor without that interest. With that interest, this is the cash floor, right? Not the current interest that we've already made, but all of the interest that we would theoretically make based on a 4.5 return at 2030. So in 2030, this is our floor based off all the interest we've made, right? Forward looking. And then we've got, cash per share without the debt, which a lot of people use. And then lots of people are doing double these, right? So they're like, it's $22 a share that they like, right? 2x cash value, or then you're forward looking and now you're at $32 a cash value per share, right? And then, then for the people who don't consider debt, they're at 41. Which either way you slice it isn't necessarily, well, I guess it is. 23 is, somewhere between these two, right? Which is appropriately priced, because that's actually where we're at, right? Is somewhere between these two doubled up. But it's a long time. Right? 2030 is some time away. On that note, I think, we're going to continue that process of increasing, our cash per share, probably future dilution as well, more warrants or bonds. I'm not entirely certain. It will be interesting to see if we get another warrant pre-expiry or not of the current ones. I guess that's what I would be interested in. All right, new high a day. Would you look at that? Is the market doing well then? That means? Did we reverse like we were talking about? Oh, we did. Beautiful. That's good for us. Now, if we can hold it into the afternoon and maybe expand upwards. Ay, ay, ay. 23s are, they're up there. We're positive on those now. Better scale out your 1% gains. I'm not kidding. That's the thing. Never give anything back. I know a lot of people bragging about they want those big gains for the grams, right? They want to show you the 5,000% gainer, but if you can just compound and manage your risk appropriately, I think it's going to work out better in the long term. Because I've been trading, for a long time, and I've only hit, a couple of those 1,000% plays, right? Like they're hard to get. They're not, every day, commonplace. But the 20, 30% plays, oh, you can knock them out every day. They're no problem. But a lot of people are like, no, I need, 100%'s not good. I need 300%. I need 1,000. And it just, when does it stop, right? A lot of greed in new traders. Yeah, this is looking good. This is a reversal signal with a key level breakout, trend retest. Let's see if we can get it. This could be really nice. Let's challenge this order block from earlier. That's going to be good for GameStop, of course. It's hard to solely just chart GameStop. Like, it basically just tracks with the broader market, as all things do, but at least then you get a little bit more structure, right? Because, we're technically looking at the same chart twice, but one is more defined than the other because it actually has volume. GameStop's chart is just like, it's ugly as all hell. I think the main positive of this earnings will be, and I kind of said that last earnings too, other than the switch, but more or less a justification of its current market cap, right? Because it is inflated. Like, it's forward-looking, so it's okay. So it's taking the cash and the interest and, projecting it forward, which is saving us. But in reality, GameStop is still overvalued, right? But it's always going to be. That's the thing, right? It's just like Tesla's overvalued and is always going to be overvalued. It's just what, like... And it's not like GameStop's overvalued based on hype, right? It's overvalued based on market mechanics of being overshorted, right? Warrants got some nitro. You guys watching those warrants like a hawk, eh? I mean, I could open up a warrant window, I guess. Yeah, up to $4 there. That's pretty good. Not bad. Oh, where'd it go? Way to give it one of these. Bloop, bloop. This is nice. Let's claim 23. Let's get our 23s in the money because these were a little bit out of the money when we bought them, right? We bought them this morning. I seen them. It just shit the bed this morning. I was like, oh, what? That's my dip. I'm taking it. It's not going to get better than this. Beaner. Ouch, that's my stomach. Good Lord. Why do you always have to claw, dude? Because I'm a predator. Just letting you know. Okay, $23. Ding, 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 ding. That's awesome. What are these 23s worth now? Ooh, $1.20. That's pretty good. Somebody, you cannot stand on the keyboard. It's like, I'm going to make some trades too, okay? Oh, I got a little juice here, too. Hey, Beaters, is that some fucking volume, finally? How much volume is in this bar? Current bar volume? Oh, 12K, not much. It just looks like a lot. Womp, womp, womp. You can see that here, current bar volume. And then we have 30 bar volume average, current day volume, 30-day volume average, market cap, right? Simba, whatever you're doing, don't stop. We're almost at our average, Simba. Keep it up. Keep up the good work, Simba. Whatever you are doing is working. My goodness. Do not get this cat off screen. All right, our 23s. Oh, yeah, looking good. From our 99-cent entry, you can easily get a sell at $1.23 now. That's 23%, 24%. Nice gains there. Well, I wouldn't really call this a run, but it's decent price improvement. The S&P 500 is starting to break up right off that reversal signal. We had that trend retest, which held, and we should hopefully challenge this bearish order block from this morning. Beaners, you're going crazy. You're always talking to this thing. I want to come hang out with it. No claws, though, please. Yeah, warrants are just kind of chilling on my broker, though, is the thing. Get out of here. What an absolute monster. What a brat. Oh, he's like realigning my monitors, which is impressive because they're all quite heavy. I'm a powerful cat. Oh, yeah, the butt pets. Butt pets for president. Yeah, so Downside of this, we just used all of our juice for the day in about 3 minutes. Womp, womp, womp. That's okay, though. I imagine that this was some hedging on the market maker's behalf. If you were to have... Oh, warrants dropped down. Where did my juice go? I'd imagine someone bought some 22s or 23s, and they're like, oh, shit, we got to hedge the shit out of that. So I like to see this wick, right? Whenever you get a wick like this under the body of a candle, it shows buyers, right? Just like the wick on top is showing sellers. But you expect that after a run like that, right? But when you get the sell-off recovery wicks, those are nice. I mean, you know, buyers stepping in potentially here, which could help us form a base, let the EMAs catch up, and, you know, maybe make another run of it later. Me no know. $15%. I mean, that's not a bad run, right? And that's just classic pre-earnings run-up, right? And you'll see that market-wide. It's not specifically to GameStop. Every single stock, you know, has this, you know, phenomenon take place, right? And that's just, you know, it's buy pressure. People are jumping in. They're like, oh, yeah, earnings, let's go. But when you can couple that mechanism with the conviction that at least I have with GameStop that the board provides me, it's like buying lows is scary sometimes, right? Like that's dangerous a lot of the time. But buying a GameStop low, oh yes. You know, what's the difference between buying an AMC low and buying a GameStop low, right? About a world's difference of conviction. One, I wouldn't even do because the risk is astronomical. The other, I'm all in because to me, there's almost zero risk and it's all reward. And that's literally because of Ryan and his conviction, right? Like he's straight up determined to do a good job. That much has become apparent, right? And we'll settle for nothing less. Right? He's going to make the mistakes and just keep trying. And one day it'll break through. Hell, he'll just if, you know, this all fails, he'll just open up like Bozo University, right? And we could all give a tuition fee and he'll teach us how to be bozos professionally. You got to make it through the trials, dude. And that's just the thing. Like, you know, once GameStop does have their core business figured out and, you know, all these leases are squared away and, you know, the profitability is not necessarily just speculative, but it is like real, and we're right in that phase right now where we're transitioning from, you know, speculative turnaround to like, no, this is done, like we did it. I forget what I was gonna say. That happens sometimes. Take another hit off your vape. Hey, who said that? Right? Who said that? And, you know, that's kind of the crazy thing, right? Is like you see Super Stonk. It's just so much anti-option sentiment when, you know, GameStop frequently experiences a 15% run, That's nothing for GameStop. We do 15% movement every month, up and down, baby. Let's go. So, you get dialed in. You have a bit of a technical background to give you some confidence and allow you to set risk so you can manage it appropriately. And you couple that with some options, and you got 100% play now, right? Sure, you can swing your shares up 15%. That's fine. But what's better than 15% is 100%, 150%, with the risk being managed appropriately while maintaining exposure to a larger run, right? Like this is a 100% play we had the other day off of a 15% run, even still 82. And that's without any actual movement, right? So we scale out, reduce our risk with, having exposure remaining. And if you do get a move, now you've got the gram. Now you've got the 1,000% gainer that you can show everybody, right? But it's not 1,000% on your whole position. Don't be like that. It's 1,000% on 15% of your position, right? And that way you can play again next time, right? And play again next time and play again next time, rather than just like, oh, I fucked up. Because people do that, and it's not great. Well, I mean, we could pull up some option flow, I guess. Where did I get that from? That's actually... a reverse diagonal call spread. Stop it. So yeah, as long as you watch this live, you can kind of see it come in as it comes in, and then you don't have to pay for it. But you do have to be watching it basically live, because it only shows you 10 minutes of it at a time or something. You can see that. That's fine. Somewhere like that. And then if there's any big orders that come in, you get to see it still. So we should still probably see this soon, right? Because this is, what time is it? 41:30. So maybe 5-10 minutes. We should see if there was any flow that was responsible for this. And then the S&P 500, it looks like it's retesting VWAP, which is not great, but trading sideways is better than retracing, right? Because the market, left to right always moves up. Stonks go up. That's every chart is, well, not every chart, but most charts are that way, specifically the indexes, right? So the more time goes by, the more, up you would see. And if you're tracking sideways during that time, it is the avoidance of down, right? As up is typical of the general bias. So at a certain point, as the market does become stronger and stronger, sideways is down, right? A nice bounce off VWAP here. Reclaiming the 21. So how was everybody's day yesterday? Is there anything else we could go through today? I want to make some meme videos. I think maybe that's what the stream becomes, is just like meme crafting, right? You know, Star Trek Enterprise, the intro to that, man, that is GameStop worthy. It's so good. What else was I watching? I think it might have been The Matrix or something. I got to start writing down clip times and then just get better at editing. Because I think I know how to do it. I think, because it's like a show intro with like the actors' names and stuff and like the pre-credits. Okay, we see these come in. Someone's selling 50 puts. And some 34, 44 call spreads. What? For Jan 1626. Like these are a month away. Not a lot of premium though. This is about the craziest thing I've ever seen. And this is for the 28th, right? This is way down the road. Right? So as expected, you know, we had some bullish option movements, and then, you know, I think the market maker comes online to hedge that. So you get a little va-va-voom. And it only took, what was that, 100K? If anyone has a stack that they... And that's why a lot of people will trade small caps, right? Because it's easier to move the ticker, right? The smaller the market cap, the less it takes. And that's why, you know, we don't see those big movements in GameStop a lot anymore, right? We got a 10 billion market cap. Like, you know how much flow and money it takes to move that up 10%? You just have $1 billion to put into the stock to move it up 10%. Like, that's a lot of money. Damn, bro. So it just goes to show you how important it is to take advantage of the swings, in my opinion. Because there's a lot of money coming in and out, and that's the hedgy money, right? So you should be skimming that hedgy money off, just like GameStop is doing with the bonds, with the warrants, right? Take that out for yourself. And then obviously put it back in on the lows, but the market coming up off that VWAP retest really nicely. These 23s are nicely green now too again. Like, you could try to get out. Like, if you did load with me earlier at $1, I would try to get out at $1.25. Just wait for that next big impulsive move and have your order fill. At least scale out. I mean, 25% in a day. Like, come on, take it. There's no need to be that greedy. If you want to leave a runner end of week, sure, but that looks good enough for me. Hi, Beaner. You coming to cry some more? So yeah, I got big kitty cries incoming. We need another price increase Tuesdays. Get after it. I mean, chart looks good though. As long as we can hold, I think we'll definitely get a few more moves up. I would assume they come in the form of pre-market gap ups, right? They typically do. I mean, just because you draw lines between Nvidia and other companies, it's like people don't understand that these chips need to be replaced. So it's going to be more money to Nvidia, and then Nvidia is going to buy more of these companies. They're going to take stakes in these companies, and it's just Nvidia becoming BlackRock by selling chips that people need to replace. It doesn't mean Nvidia is overvalued. It means that Nvidia is the whole market, in my opinion. Because that money, at the end of the day, is coming from the consumer. Like they're buying those chips from Nvidia with actual cash. Like it's not Nvidia's debt. They sold the chip. They've got the cash. Like, and you're gonna need a new chip in 5 years. Like it's crazy. Is the market breaking down here? Certainly looks like it. From looking pretty good to shitting the bed in mere minutes. Losing the 200. We have a bearish market structure shift here as well. You'd want to reclaim right away or this is cooked, which is not great for GameStop, but it's more of the same, right? We're just kind of dancing around that downtrend. A walker for your 2080? Interesting. When you say 2080, I think old graphics card, but that could mean anything. Some spy puts off of that breakdown would have been nice. I'm not going to do that here, though. This is a GameStop stream, damn it. It's nice to see GameStop holding the 21, even though the market's lost its 200. Not bad. potential break of structure here. Even like that's crazy. GameStop's like making new highs while the market's giving it all back. Is this a negative beta? Right? Mm-hmm. It is day way. How's your day, Zazie? No one else is showing up for their mod. They're like, nah, I'm not interested. Pretty slow day in general. We have to brag about our gains on Twitter to attract people here. Shamelessly. You don't think I will? You don't think I'll do just that? Do it. Cheers, Tommy. I'll see you later. I'll be on Twitch again in a bit. These would have been wicked puts. Can we look really quick? We were at 681. Let's look at 680s. 26 cents to 86 cents. That's tasty. 681s, 50-cent mark to $1.30. Off that view up breakdown, right? We have a market structure shift breakdown. What was dot W? What am I looking for? Dot WS. Oh, because there's no opt. Learn how to read. Sold them all. 50% in a day. 23 is in the money. Nice. I didn't get 50% on mine. 25? Yes. Market really shit the bed here, though. What was the POTUS's announcement today? I don't even know. Oh, God.
The arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole.
Oh, this is old as all hell. Oh, this is a live news feed. Oh no, it's December 2nd. What am I talking about? I'm living in the future.
Fentanyl pills, 200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the
They're all on Venezuela still. We'll check in on that. I don't think war would be good for the market. Oil up, sure, right? Weapons manufacturers up, sure, but the whole market, I don't know about that. GameStop holding on, which is really impressive. Like the market's truly taking a bag of D's, but we're holding. Right? That's really impressive. How did those I got to redo that. It's like a Zelda sound, hey? That's definitely copyrighted by Nintendo, I'm sure of it. Windows is going to get in trouble. Were you playing weeklies? Those are only up, a little over 10% on the day, though. I guess it was down so much this morning, though. Yeah, quiet day. Overnight repo up equals market down. We'll see how that unfolds. But if it gets to the point where overnight repo is climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing, and that's not good for the market. We've all been through that cycle already. Fucking GameStop, you piece of shit. Look at you go. Holding on. So that's the cool thing. Like if you do have a negative beta, you can absorb these lows, like these downtrends, but still capitalize off of the ups. There's such little volume today. It's crazy. 3 million. Well, I guess we're halfway through the day. Look at this run, though, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green days all in a row. Beautiful. Like, that's so good. Bet. You think we get another green day? It's got to end at some point. Nothing goes on for that long. It's healthy to see a retracement. Right? And then you can see another, run. But something that just runs forever, very dangerous. Another break of structure. Wow. The daily 8% and the weekly 15%. Yeah, there's definitely some volatility. What is that? True average range? There's an indicator you can use that'll show you that. If you're interested. I don't use it. ATR. Measures market volatility by calculating the average price movement of an asset over a specific period. Which is what you're describing. A wobble. I've never heard it called that before. I like that. We need a snack here soon, I think. Heck, you might even be able to put that on GameStop right here. There you go. $0.31. Oh, that's on the S&P 500. Delete. $0.04. Oh my gosh. This on the 1 day. I don't think it's relevant on lower time frames. 80 cents, 90 cents. This probably isn't in a dollar scale. This is probably in a well, no. There's no way it's percentage. It's got to be dollar amount. Which goes to show, like, if you're playing options, right, and you're looking out of the money, right, if you're like, say you buy the dip in the morning, right, and then you're like, how far out of the money can I play this? Well, you can look at the average true range, or ATR, to give you an idea as to where, it would generally recover to and land, right? Like, nothing I'd pay attention to, right? Like, it's a thing, though, if you wanted. Yeah, we're just continuing to hold that downtrend. Can't let go of it. Literally obsessed with it. But like I said, sideways is better than down, and sideways might be the new down, honestly. Like, I know everybody's screaming bubble, but bubbles are biggest before they pop, right? So this could definitely pump up from here, no doubt. What is going on here? What is going on here? Freaking new high of day after a market pullback. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the green. Sell, sell, sell. Oh, man. Better start scaling out, HGG. You're always saying, don't let a green trade turn red. Oh, I think we'll sit on it a little longer. Yeah, so this is a clear, 30% trade for us on those 23s. This is going to be lagging a little bit, but beautiful. And those were red. You seen me pick those up. I had that in the Discord, right? I mentioned that. Picked up some 23s for the 12th at 99 cents. And then we were here talking about them, and you've seen them red. Like, these were red as all hell. Right? I even talked about, it's like, oh, you can't get entries perfect. It's hard to time the bottom. But you can time somewhere around the bottom, right? And that's going to be good enough. Someone just picked up a large chunk 24 calls, which is nice. It looks like they also sold some 23 calls, though. Those were for December 5th, though. So it looks like they're rolling out, right? Like they sold the 23s for December and then bought some 24s for January. I'm not giving up my spot, Simba. Yeah, I mean, at some point. I hate to be that guy. Well, maybe not 22. Okay, maybe 22. It's crazy how much price improvement we've really seen recently. Honestly, I think this is our low, and this is like our real low, and then this was just like fucktown, right? Like this was just crazy. Like this should not have been, but it happened. I don't necessarily know how to describe it. Someone's explaining us their sniper entries here, which is impressive as all hell. We had our entries off the breakup on confirmation, just because I don't have great experience catching knives, but this person's very good at it. And it's been an absolute tear since then, right? So, you know, this is probably right where we belong. Typically, my average is fair market value. It's a curse of mine. I don't know how to really describe that, but everything in perfect balance. This looks good though. This looks strong. Those 23s are definitely up 30%. Is this one reply? Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's as good as it gets. All right, snack time. I'll be back. 5 minutes. Well, yeah, not long. What'd you guys do? You killed my boy. What'd you guys do to the stock? Oh my god. That's crazy. Can't be doing that. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Definitely lunchtime. I would. I'll take a side of bubble as well. Does the American military use NVIDIA chips? Probably. Well, probably not. I don't know. In the sense that they're all doing nothing on base gaming? Probably, yeah. But I don't know if any of their hardware uses it at all. That's, I think, maybe more like TCSM or something. TSMC? Semiconductors. SMCI or TSM. Maybe even MU. I don't know. Definitely using semiconductors. I don't think they're coming from NVIDIA, though. How's IV? Low. Still just like at 60. Not doing anything. All right, a coffee. And then we're going to crush out our last 2 hours here. Maybe we'll dig something up. I'm sure we can find something to talk about. I checked in on another streamer while I was getting my sandwich there. Man, y'all are crazy. Just screaming. Whoa, let's go! Like, I'm manic, but I'm not that manic. Like, that's impressive. Those crashes must be intense. But, I think we can definitely find something to talk about. Or not. The theory is that man, I don't even understand. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people maybe knit narratives that don't necessarily make sense. Because I don't think the warrants are shortable, are they? have no borrow rate on them. I wouldn't be able to short them. I'm most curious as to when, because eventually we're going to go above 32, right? And people are going to start exercising these warrants. And GameStop, in their quarterly reports or whatever, is going to have to come out and say, we had this many. Well, maybe not that they specifically had this many exercise, but they're going to say that this is the float, right? And then you'll be able to see an increase in that via the exercise warrants. And what happens when they're all spoken for, but people still have them, right? I guess that's the big idea. Or they're all been perfectly distributed, and the float's not short, right? And we're all just delusional. It could be that too. And I don't think we really get to know that based on realistic price discovery, right? Like, the supply and demand is obviously, not necessarily working. But once they've all been exercised, and people still have them, then you would, yeah, that could be. We did see that, like some brokers are like, you know what, you're not doing these here, bud. Sorry. But it's like, if GameStop's short the way people think it is, right? Beyond the stated 16%, and the legacy shorts are still there and haven't closed, there's no way it's contained to just like those shitty brokers, right? Like, there's no chance that Fidelity or Schwab has just like been above board the whole time, right? There's just no way. But they probably have the margin, or like the availability to purchase enough, right, to cover it. So they just float it, I would assume, right? And it's not until things start to cascade and the price does, go up, that they can no longer afford to go and acquire them at the market if they needed them, right? So I don't think. I don't know. The forced liquidation is crazy. Like, if my broker pulled that shit, there'd be hell to pay. And I think a lot, like, with bigger brokers, I think it would be that way, right? Like, that's got to be class action lawsuit at that point. I don't really know. I don't like when any of this goes into that legal status. It's not great. And that's probably where things, do end up eventually, which is brutal. Which, again, I think is another reason as to why dragging it out may be to our benefit, right? Where, we're not having the squeeze right away because we're doing the bonds and the warrants to help relieve pressure, right? So they don't have to acquire those shares at the open market, which cascades the price, right? Which is what everybody wants. Because if that truly did happen, yeah, I honestly think they're shutting shit down, and and then we're going into the courts, and it's just like probably not going to end well for the the shareholder, right? Something that I'd like to avoid if possible. Question: what kind of weight do you personally place on gaps? A little bit. More or less the consequent encroachment of a gap, the CE. be more cautious if I saw a gap like the one we left yesterday morning, finding myself being more tentative. Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. There are inefficiencies in liquidity, right? So like there's orders here, right? There's a bunch of orders here that haven't been interacted with, right? But then we gap up over all of those orders, and it's the market maker's job to have an efficient market or whatever. So they want to bring the price back down into this inefficiency to help fill those orders, right? And so that's why gaps fill, right? It's just the market maker pushing the price back in, to interact with these, because that's their job, right? Is to match buyers and sellers, and there's in this area unmatched buyers and sellers, right? So they're gonna, do their job and get in there and make sure everybody's happy. So yeah, I like gaps quite a bit. Typically, just the CE or 50% of a gap is what I target. The full gap fill is fine. If you're under a gap, it's going to act as rejection, right? It's a classic rejection support where it's going to be rejection and then it's support if you break through. Do all gaps fill? No, I don't subscribe to that. Do most gaps fill? Absolutely. Market maker doing its job, but do they all fill? No. Are they all guaranteed to fill? Not even close. I've seen plenty not fill for years and years and years, and I could pull them up. Specifically on like the S&P 500, they're very easy to find. And there's a bit of a difference between a new week gap up. So like we have a start of week gap up, and we have like a new day gap up, right? Those are different than a halt up gap, right? And they're not as like aggressive, and therefore more likely to fill. But I wouldn't place too much weight on them, I guess. But trying to be patient and retest them is not bad either. But we kind of did do that, right? I don't know if this is the gap you're referencing, because it was like, this was like Friday or whatever, and then Monday morning gap up, right? This was Friday? This was Monday? Okay, so this was like Thursday or whatever. This was Thanksgiving. And then it was a half day. That's what it was. So, you get like these weird fills, and they do happen. And anyone who waited for this sniper entry might have gotten it, right? But I don't know. I use them more in the larger time frames, I guess. That's what people search for? How do we edit that? I don't even know. What is our title? Oh, it's GameStop. They do GME instead. It's too many letters. Oh my god. I don't know if I can edit that from here. Oh, here we go. We'll try that. Thanks for the suggestion. So yeah, typically, like, I do what's called a gap fill strategy. I don't know if we can. I think that might be a me thing. Gap fill strategy is a trading technique that involves capitalizing on price gaps in the financial market by betting that the price will move back into the previous day's closing level to fill the gap. Yes. So it's very much a thing, right? And something that I do use in my day trades, but it's more so on small cap stocks than something big like this, but still relevant. And I would prefer it to be like a LUD up, right? Like an upper band halt, where it does the 10% in 5 minutes or whatever. And then when it opens, it creates a gap, and then that's the void in liquidity that I like to play. On GameStop, I don't know. Like we did do the gap fill the other day. Like I don't know, when they arise, I play them, but right, because we did fill the gap perfectly here. Like this is the last big run we had, right, where we had the bond gap down, and we made this giant inefficiency on the one day. And then when we broke into the gap, right, we challenged the consequent encroachment a couple times, reclaimed it, grabbed liquidity, and then grabbed the upper band of it before a massive sell-off. So, you know, yeah, they're definitely a thing that I'd pay attention to, but they're not a be-all, end-all, right? Because a lot of people are like, oh, every single gap fills, gaps have to fill. I think that's a dangerous attitude. Can you use them as potential levels? Sure, but the best stocks to buy from your Nintendo Switch. Fucking toddler. Has that been you this whole time? Oh man, I need you to fix your name. It's gonna be the Todd. Keep and oh man, the demands. That would be a good title, though, right? All right, let's grab a coffee and then we'll finish strong here. Uh-oh. What are you guys doing now? All right, we're back. That is a bit of a bar. I'm going to try to change your name, the toddler. I know the answer is no, because of small peanuts, but I need to practice thinking about every 10% move. No, that's fine. Yeah, just wondering, should I take this opportunity to dump and reprice your GameStop? You just have shares though, right now? So I think you're okay to just like be chilling and wait for the earnings call. And then because you have common shares, I think you can dump them during call spike, right? So you're gonna be like, hey, we beat expectations, ta-da, and the price is gonna go up, maybe 5, 10%, 14, dare I say, and 25. I don't know. That's getting a little much, HCG. But then you can just like maybe capitalize on it there. I think that would be okay. Right, because the common shares aren't exposed to the IV at all. The Greeks, right? So I don't think too much of a problem there. Welcome, everyone. 18 of you showing up this afternoon. I was getting a little nervous. It was like 5 of you earlier. It's like, oh my God, what am I doing with my life? Not that 18's any better, but, well, I mean, I guess it is. Threefold. Hey, with a couple likes on stream, maybe we can make it fourfold. Huh? No, those would be some sick gains. Just hanging out, enjoying an afternoon coffee. Hanging out, with GameStop, as always. Checking in on our trades, which we gave clear entries for this morning. It couldn't have been more clear than this. 738. And I'll get you the link. Hello. Man, my fingers are broken. My typing skills are to be desired. Yeah, you can grab this, and then the Discord link will be here. Join community Discord. Right? 'Tis I, like 6 or 7 years ago. Look, who is that young boy in that picture? Why do you have a picture of a young boy as your profile? That's me! Right? Oh my gosh. Be nicer. That beard adds about 25 years, eh? That's aggressive. My mullet. You guys like the mullet too? I've been working on that. You can't be an authentic GameStop streamer without a mullet. That's got to be like a prerequisite. So, we out here. And then, yeah, just chilling, checking out this new Power Packs Reddit, which I'm so fucking jealous of. I'm so jealous. 20 lunar packs opened. Whoa. That is a couple. That Gengar is going to be in my dreams for weeks. Yeah, so the reason you can't open it is because there's zero liquidity, you know? I'm so jealous of these power packs. You have no idea. Super stock. Or Supercell, sorry. What's that game called? Clash of Clans, right? Yeah, so who can describe uh, the mechanism that the warrants will be leading the price of GameStop? Because I see a lot of people talking about that. And it's just like, are you sure? I think it's not that way around. Because then wouldn't you have to be short the warrants? Which I understand that they are because they're short the stock and then, you know, the warrants get added onto that. But I feel like the price of the warrants is dependent upon the underlying, which is GameStop. So I don't see how it can lead it. Right? I understand how GameStop can go up and then the warrants get priced up and it's a feedback loop based on that, right? But I don't know. I'm not really gotten too much into that. Nor am I super familiar with the warrants at all, right? Like, this is my first time. We got to kick back. We got to relax for the last little bit here. We're only halfway. You got 2 hours, bud. That's okay, though. Eventually, I'm going to get so bored of doing nothing, and we're going to branch out, and we'll probably do some stuff. And as the community grows, there'll be more requests that I can field. And, you know, when I answer a question for one person, then everybody gets to see, you know, that answer. And, you know, every answer takes 20 minutes, and then there's 20 questions, and, you know, the time fills up, right? So even though that this is pretty boring and nonchalant right now, I imagine it will grow and be more entertaining along. And I'm going to do, obviously, my best to continue advertising all of this. We'll do post, like, we'll try to do 3 posts a day here, right? We'll do, like, hey, we're live. Or no, we'll maybe do 4. We'll do, like, hey, we're live. Or, sorry, good morning. This is what's going on today. Hey, we're live. Come hang out. This is our afternoon update. And then, like, maybe a good night or something. Or maybe not the last one. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. More social posts. That'll help. I mean, this is chilling. And then some Magic content, obviously. We'll do that later. I was playing some Battlefield earlier. It was great. Man, I love Battlefield 6. It's so much fun. The fun I have in Battlefield 6 is what I imagine opening a power pack would be like. Just the best. So what was the POTUS announcement today? Were they just popping off about Venezuela? Oh, it's about the Dell family pledging money to kids. $25 million American children under 10. How many American children are? I feel like there's way more than 25 million American children. I don't know. I guess that's good, though. That's pretty decent. That's nice to see. Fucking corporations actually stepping up a little bit. Those warrants are going to be fun ride during the earnings release since they can be traded after hours. Yes, that is the big benefit to these warrants, in my opinion, is that you have derivative-based exposure on something that can be traded pre and post. I think that's really cool. Now, for anyone selling their warrants, you got to be buying them back, right? Or just scalp. You don't have to sell them all, obviously. You can just scale out and scale them back in, right? But, don't leave yourself out. You want to exercise them, right? And if you're not exercising them, you want to be getting that amount of shares now, right? You don't want to expose yourself to the dilution, right? Because it is a dilutive thing. So you need to buy, if you're selling your warrants, you need to buy 10% of your shares, right? Because that's what those warrants are worth, is 10% of your holding. So A, buy the warrants back, or B, make sure that you're increasing your position by 10%, right? And then that would be equal to you having already exercised them. And then also buy them back. Obviously, that's simple stuff, right? And then on that note, you may see me scale out of my position. That doesn't mean you have to, right? Specifically your common shares. That is, you can scale out your own shares on your own, right? The options, maybe you might want to listen to me. I would recommend it, specifically if you're taking entry based on the things I say, right? So if I give an entry, I'm going to give guidance. And the guidance includes an exit or a scale-out strategy. The shares, you've all got your own entries on this, right? You've all got your own trading plan on this already. So, my scale-outs of my trading plan here probably don't align with your own, right? So, you may see me reduce my position from 4,600. That doesn't mean you need to be scaling out, right? What it means is that I had to average in more than I would have liked to have this position at, right? Because this last dip, I had to take advantage of it. I had to average down because we didn't scale out appropriately. I didn't expect the drop to be we went to 26. I was like, okay, we'll go back down to 24. That's fine, whatever. This is just a little ripple, no problem. But then we dumped to 19. It's just holy, what a missed opportunity there. That was criminal that I missed that, but whatever, right? We did our best. We sized in with everything we could. And then we started a YouTube channel. We got to push these up, right? We got to do our part. And eventually, I'll have made you guys enough money that you're willing to start up a Power Packs account for me. Because I'm in Canada, I can't do that, right? That's it's pretty brutal. But I would love to be doing that on stream, so I'm sure eventually. Ooh. The toddler, if he ever figures out his name change. Good afternoon, Bobble. How are you? Welcome. Hope your day is going swimmingly. That's a strange turn of phrase, swimmingly. I mean, it's better than drowning, I guess. We have bearish order block here. Not great. Let's see if the 200 can hold. And that's how these things go, right? Like this was a long-term support for us. So when we retest it, it's going to act now as resistance. As one would expect. Oh, beautiful. Oh, just beautiful. Going well. Beeped and booped, sold some calls in front of the freight train. Attaboy. I think it's a little early, but that's okay. As long as you're making money. IV so low. Right. It's like very low. What do you do though? I think it'll still climb. I think we're okay. As long as the market doesn't break down. And that's all you can really do is take it day by day, right? Are you selling to open or selling to close? And if you're selling to open, what strike? Ooh. 25s? Ugh. Well, 20 is a pretty good number, honestly. That's not bad. Are they all covered, or do you ever sell uncovered calls? The Lanukids. I don't have the courage to sell anything naked. I know people make out like bandits, though. One quarter, yeah. I think it is appropriate to divvy up your stack like that because once upon a time I got absolutely wrecked. I had all these covered calls out, and then GameStop squeezed, right? And then my covered calls are I'm a negative 10,000%, and you're not buying them back, right? You just let them ride, and you miss out on a lot of gains, right? So I think it's good to do a percentage in short-term covered calls that you're recycling faster. It's a good idea to do a percentage of them in longer term, right? A longer expiry date call. That's just farming that theta, right? Which is just, it is what it is. And then it's good to keep a chunk to scale out, right? That you can kind of scalp around your core position because, some days it does squeeze, and it's hard to really time that. But good not to, and then to average into them too, right? To not sell them all at once, right? Like, because it's at 35 and you're selling covered calls, and then the next day it's at 45, and you're like, man, I wish I would have waited to sell those covered calls. But if you only sold a percentage of them, then you can sell more, right? And then average in. I wish my covered calls would go red 1,000%. That would be cool as all hell. when the power packs form is busier than super stock, you know they've done it. Oh, they've done something. All right, let's see if the market can break out here. We're challenging VWAP. This is a bearish order block invalidating into a breaker block. We've got our market structure shift and a new bullish order block forming at the bottom here. Hi, Beaner. You guys know what happens when the cat shows up, right? Get ready for a rip. The top chart, though, Simba. The top chart, not the bottom one. How's the RSI today? It's getting there. It is not that far away. RSI peak into earnings and slam down. Big retracement off a high into low. Rally up into earnings. RSI spike. Eat shit. Big decline off of a high. Earnings rally. RSI spike. Hey, I don't want to be that guy, but I can hear it. We'll see though. I'm wrong lots, but I would be really cautious post earnings and even right into earnings. Like, you got to be scaling out if you're long. If you're selling covered calls and going short, that's a really good time to be doing it because, there's a good chance that we absolutely just get wrecked after. So I don't know. And honestly, I wouldn't mind it because, we're scaling out and then we get wrecked and we can scale in again on a low. That's literally best scenario for us. So, sorry, but maybe that's my bias is bleeding through here a little bit. 12, 19, 25s. Wow. They're either going to be rich or they're absolutely trashing their cash. Yes. The RSI has absolutely rocketed upwards from the low. Like, from the low to the high. Like, straight line, baby. It feels like we haven't made much headway because we're still trading at fair market value now at 24 on bottom trend line. But the reality is, that's up drastically from 19, right? That's up quite a bit. So I would not, be surprised, I guess, by a pullback whatsoever. Like, it's probably very much in the cards. But I don't think it comes until after earnings because the options chain is so juiced up, right? Like, they're piled in, so it supports the price, and it has to wait for it to bleed off, and then the market maker can de-hedge, and then that move downwards can actually take place, which I think is needed, right? We got to cool off these engines; they're too hot, right? It's unsustainable to be just green every single day. This will be our 9th day of just like being green. That's a lot. But that's the things, that we're here for, right? Uh-oh. What have I done? And my chair. You guys will know when I've done really well for myself when I have a Herman Miller. He's like, where'd that old shitty chair of his go? Maya's like, don't throw it out though, Dad. I need that. That's my chair. If you're done with that, that's totally the cat's chair. Yeah, so it's just good to keep in mind for everybody that when the RSI does spike like that, that it's an appropriate point to potentially start to scale out, right? Just like we scale in on the RSI dip, right? It's a really good momentum-based indicator. On that note of momentum-based indicators, the PMO is still like looking real good on the 1 day. So we're going to have to ride that out, see where it ends up. And I would like to see GameStop do more limited edition sales. Like Elon did really well that way, where he was just selling dog shit. Like he's like, I'm selling a hat, the flamethrower. There's one other weird thing. I think it was in between the hat and the flamethrower. Holy. Look at that cat go. Sorry, I was in the way there quite a bit, but we'll get her next time. She was like, what's your top speed? Dang. 15 meows per hour. I told them, Maya. And I showed them too. They seen you. They're like, yeah. Show them how fast I am. The only thing faster than GameStop, Miss Maya. $37%. No OnlyFans in the link tree? Yeah, well, ever since I started seeing your mom, she's been getting upset. She said I had to take it down. Poor gullet, dude. So you know what's crazy? That streamer got banned for stealing from Target. And then, so like I see in the clip of her stealing, right? Which was brutal, right? She's like scanning steaks, but scanned the butter instead. New high of day. Perfect. I'm going to get on that. New high of day. But then today when the ban announcement came out, it had like her Twitch profile picture. And it's just like looks nothing like her. Like, dude, I got to just start using AI to like beautify myself and just like start selling photos. Right? All the magazines do it. It's just like advertising 101. How am I not doing that? Oh, I'm such a bozo some days. Make sure to leave a like on the video or the live stream here. It does help its reach. And then we can get a bunch of other bozos in the crew. And then obviously, this is kind of crazy. Like everybody wants to squeeze, but no one's like doing any options education, which is clearly, one of the main factors as to GameStop's price movement. They just continue to buy out of the money options and get roasted, and no one's doing any decent options entries, and management, right? That I can see, right? And then Supersonic is just like, oh, options are so bad or so bad or so bad. Man, maybe you guys should get fucking organized, and then actually squeeze the stock yourself, So I help to be a part of that and get everybody on board, up to speed with how to, do this at a very basic level. Like, this is not hard. And you can do this every single quarter. And we have been doing it every single quarter, but I've just been getting fed up, basically. Because, I'm an absolute idiot, dude. I'm a complete and utter bozo. And I've been able to figure this out. But yet the whole community, which I know has buco bucks, you guys are fucking loaded. You just can't figure it out. And we could have had this done a long time ago, in my opinion. But no one's doing it. Everybody who knows how to do it is selling you guys covered calls, right? And then they're getting rich, and it's like, okay, well, I'm rich. I don't care about anything else, which is fine. I get that. But there's a lot of people here, and this could be very easy to move the stock price, right? Specifically, when we're the ones to do it, because we're the majority holders, right? Just steal the premium, but it's not the market makers stealing the premium; it's the call sellers, right? Like, it's easy just to put it off, be like, oh, it's the market maker doing it. And yeah, they're helping facilitate it, but it's the call seller that's doing it. And it's not always the market maker who's the call seller, right? You guys be respectful. They get jealous. They both want to look out the window, but then they're like, this is my window. And then there's a cat fight. But if I say be respectful, they both stop. It's awesome. I didn't steal nothing. I'm just farming. I mean, that's fine. It's whatever. It's how these things go, right? So it's like everybody should be selling covered calls, yes. But should you be advertising them as buys to a community that you're pretending to be a part of? Probably not. That's like charges, dude. Big ones. That's federal. It's not great. I'm not going to report anyone or anything, but you see it. It happens. I don't know what these people know what they're doing, but there have been others who've done the same thing and gotten super clapped. That's not that you can't do it, but you can't come out and be like, hey, everybody, I'm buying these out-of-the-money calls that are short-dated with huge YOLO. Let's go. So excited. Like, squeeze GameStop, and get everybody hyped up when in reality you are selling those calls, like, whew, woo. And that's why we have the cat, right? To track all that. Again, not my job. Not my monkey, not my circus. Or is it the other way? Not my circus. No, I don't know. Either way. Again, I think people should sell covered calls. I think they should do the best at it. But I think that, there's people making a lot of money at it. And I think that they're using this community, well, not this community, but this community to do it, which is so sad. New high of day? I don't see new high of day. Well, I mean, pretty close. 404 not found. I got you, homie. And that's the tough thing. Like, it's a sum zero game or whatever, right? Like, for every winner, you need a proportionate loser. So It's tough. And a lot of these big players are used to that, right? And that's just the way of things. And that's actually kind of what makes GameStop unique is that, the big loser would be the shorts, right? And that's where all this wealth generation is going to come from. It shouldn't be from one another. It should be from the short side of the trade, right? Which is, what GameStop's been doing a good job at. It's what I hope to get everybody here doing a pretty decent job at. Because just to be making money off each other within the community is super duper cutthroat, right? And in a community that's obviously fostering beginner traders that are brand new, to have it be that way is aggressive. Like this shouldn't be, a paid trading room where people are, selling alerts and getting them. Like that's so aggressive for what Superstonk can be. Yeah, I mean, turning off the buy button didn't really solve the issue, though. Let's be honest. Like, it just kind of compounded it, right? Like, I wonder sometimes if, how, like, hindsight's 2020, and if you could go back and do things differently, how would you do so? I'm curious how they would do so, if they still would have acted the same or not. Has the Guinness record for the most halts in history? What are they down? Just kidding. More gullet. Fucking AMC. Those people still exist. They'll comment on the video. Go AMC. It's just like, oh my god, dude. What is going on? Like, at what point are you still saying that? That's so crazy. I hope AMC squeezes again for these people. They deserve it. They need a fucking win, dude. Oh, man. Do they ever? A couple of them. 36 halts. That's so crazy. Superstonk mentality, in my opinion, hinders a lot of people from actually learning how to trade. Yes. I owe a lot to the stock of what has taught you. Yeah. For me, it's really been the confirmation of... that authority-based information being dog shit, right? Like, you always kind of have this suspicion, right, growing up or whatever. You're like, man, the news is like crazy weird. Like, what is going on here? And then, this all comes out and you're like, oh, I get it. It's just a draw on liquidity. Like, it's as simple as that. It's... The news is the mouthpiece for the rich and powerful, right? Those who own the news. Imagine that. It's the same as it's always been. But just with all the forget GameStop articles, like that is so fucking crazy, dude. Like at what point, like I think the lady doth protest too much. Yeah. The mainstream media is intense. And so for me, with GameStop, I've gone from suspecting that it's total dog shit to like being totally convinced like these people are not your friends. They're not looking out for your best interests at all unless it aligns with their own, right? AMC actually looking good on the daily. I don't know about that. Oh, man. I pulled that up the other day to look at it. I think it was hitting all-time lows. Which I get it. GameStop was eating shit too, but not all-time low is... Oh, my gosh. Could you imagine? You don't like computer share? Oh, I like computer share. That's the thing about Superstonk, is that there is good actors and bad actors on there, right? Like... Don't kid yourself. Burry's got accounts on Superstonk. He's got burner accounts. I guarantee you Ryan's got burner accounts and Kitty's got burner accounts. There are big players on there helping push the correct narrative. But at the same time, There's the short side, and they've got big players, right? And they're in there helping distort that narrative and to push their own false narrative. Like, woo. So supersonic is a very dangerous place if you're unable to discern. And truly, that it's quite clouded. That's the whole thing. That's why it's being done, right? So it's it'll make for a really good study in the future, right? Best time to buy stock is at all-time lows. Incorrect. That is super duper incorrect, because you know what precedes an all-time low? An all-time low. And you know what precedes the next all-time low? A new all-time low and a new all-time low. So where are you truly catching the all-time low? I would agree if you said the best time to buy a stock is after a reversal off of an all-time low. Sure. But still, is it? Because why is it hitting all-time lows? Obviously, the business model is not converting if it's hitting all-time lows. So maybe it wouldn't be the best time to buy that stock at all, right? All-time lows are dangerous, man. In so, like, and that's, okay, so, and that is the magic. That's the magic here, is because when GameStop hits lows, you have conviction to go long, right? You're like, oh yeah, this is going to be good again. I can see the glory days, right? But when you do that on AMC or whatever the fuck, I don't want to, single them out, but there isn't that conviction. The certainty doesn't exist, and a lot of the times you're going to get melted, right? So picking up a low on a stock that you have high conviction in, and rightfully so, not just delusion, but actuality, is different. And that's what makes GameStop so unique, is that, we can pick up these lows, right? We don't mind, right? And, it goes to a low and we're like, all right, let's load up on options, ride it up. Perfect. And you can do that every single time, right? Because you have, a decent board of directors that's taking care of the company, not vampiring cash out of it, right? Which is a lot of what this whole Wall Street is like. It's vampirism. That's, the whole thing. Just get money without, doing stuff. Which is pretty brutal. And BCG helping facilitate a lot of that. We've all, you've been around. The balance sheet's not as good as people make it out to be. It is good and going to get better. And it will get to the point where it is to what people believe it to be now, right? It could be better. Like, the margins are thin on the legacy business. The cash just protects it. The cash doesn't, it's not the be all end all, and it's not that much. I know it's a lot for GameStop, but it's a good start. It's a good start. I'll give them that. I like that. But there's room to grow. There's a lot of room to grow here. Right? And I think, we're in a good position for that, right? Yeah, it could definitely be worse. Like, it could be so much worse. We're protected. We're in good hands. I don't even know what AMC's balance sheet is like. However, shouldn't AMC's price be higher? Didn't they buy a gold mine? And isn't gold at all-time high? Where's the gold money, Aaron? Oh, man. Oh, man. For real, though. That was a whole thing, wasn't it? Didn't they buy a gold mine? And isn't gold at all-time highs? I don't know. It's a crazy world out there. Hi, Simba. You gonna help us push the stock up again? Like, whatever it takes to get me that chair, I will do. You don't have sound. How long have I been muted? Where'd that sound go? We're back now. Chart looks good for some time. There's a gap to fill here, potentially. Another one here. But this is like... This is a rejection point area here. I'm surprised it's even this high. Not all things run forever, right? I don't know. Last thing we heard was gold mine. Yeah, well, I was kind of like talking dog shit about AMC quite a bit. I was like, didn't they buy a gold mine? And, if gold is all time high, where's all the money, right? AMC's squeezing, what is it, a mining company? Is that the mining company, that HYMC? And that's the thing about not just CEOs, but content creators as well, and just people at large is, you once you lose someone's trust, you're not getting that back, right? Like, there's nothing Adam Aaron could do or AMC could ever do to attract my attention again. Like, sorry, bye, Felicia. And as a content creator, you have to be that way as well, right? You got to be upfront and, do the best you can for people. Because like you sure you can burn them, I sold some calls, ha ha ha, but and then what? Now you're cooked and no one ever wants to listen to you again, right? So that is the gold mine. No, it's doing well then. Did they own the entirety of it, or did they just have like a stake in it? Of course. The thing is, they were never coupled. LOL. %. Oh my god. Yeah. Wow. Relevant. Of 8% of a $600 million company. Wow. That's gonna move the market. That's what I mean. Poor AMC people. What do you do? I mean, good for the mine company, I guess, right? And that's how that would appear to have operated then. It's just like AMC money moved into this mining company, and then they gave a small percentage of that back to them to say thank you. Like a fucking refund, dude, on their own money. Pays to be rich, man. Well, specifically, it pays to know rich people. But typically, like birds of a feather, right? Ooh. Good for someone. Yeah. But the good of the scorpion is not always the good of the frog. Breaking the 200. Ay, 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 ay. Again, low volume stuff. I don't think we really cared too much. How much volume on the day? Current day, 4.5. Ugh. Well below the average, and we've got, what, an hour left? Hour and 20. I don't mind when the average is going lower, though. Like, I would prefer to trend below the average than, like, just slightly above it, right? So I'd rather, like, trend maybe a few percents below the average, and then one day have multiples of the average come up, right? Yeah, I don't think Ken Griffin's the big villain that Supersonic makes him out to be. I think that the world is much more complex. And I also think it's not just... I'm not even going to say it. Like a short player, sure. But still a big part of America. Right? And I don't know if you've caught on, but there's like kind of an attack on America going on. So like it just feels like a knit narrative that's maybe not as straight up as one would see it. Right? It's not always as black and white as the media or these posts portray things, right? So to lock on and be like, that's the bad guy, you know, it may not be wholly realistic. Partially, yeah, sure, absolutely, but you know, it's like who benefits from this guy's downfall, right? Which is like, you know, it's at this point a pillar of America, you know, which I'm sure, you know, at one point we will be too, but I'm never necessarily praying for the downfall of America, you know? That's not my style. And then you do see things like, you know, buying of the Constitution, right? And people are like, oh, you know, it's tax sheltering or whatever. But it's like, man, that's like the preservation of something that, you know, I think is fairly important. And I don't know if that's that much of a bad thing, you know, like just one example, I suppose. So I don't know. Just never really accepting any narrative, I guess, is my style. So when you see, you know, this coordinated effort to shit on one individual, it's like, I don't know, man. I think the lady doth protest too much. It's just the same thing, you know, like. It's maybe not as black and white. I fucking hope not. If Ryan buys any more crypto, I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna write him a strongly worded email. Stop wasting my money. No, I don't think he would do that. And I'm super grateful he didn't earlier either. Not a fan. I would rather him buy companies with tangible assets that can appreciate in value than anything crypto. Hell, I'd prefer gold. Not now because we're at all-time highs, but I would have preferred gold. Right? I get the logistics of it. I understand that, but the most expensive house in America. Yeah. So, you know, and if I was, you know, on the other side of that coin, I would want crypto to do really well because it undermines USD, right? The you know, the premier currency, and you know, I would also shit on its, power structure and institutions. So it's like, I don't know. Shares. Yeah. Yeah, but not truly though. I don't think it's as simple as that. Because it's about like volume too, right? And market cap, right? Just like how GameStop's price is no longer 180. So it's the price of the underlying asset doesn't necessarily indicate the whole value of it, right? You would want to look at the market cap for that number. Because the price is like, you could reverse split or like, it depends on supply, right? For example, very dangerous just to look at prices. Right now you're talking like an AMC holder where you're like, oh, AMC's cheaper than GameStop. I'm going to buy it. Oh, settle down. I'm sorry. Yeah, and it's not bad. It's like a level-headed purchase, right? Like a small hedge against inflation. If GameStop or sorry, if Bitcoin goes to 50K, it's, oh no, we lost $250 million, right? Moo-hoo. Yeah, it sucks. I get it, but that's not ruining us. We're going to be totally okay, right? And if Bitcoin, goes up, it's, 150K or something, then, we made a little bit of money, whatever, sure. Good play. Very level-headed. However, on that note, I'd like to see him fucking scalp it. Like, I guess I don't know if I guess maybe we'll find out on earnings, but he tweeted when Bitcoin was 120K. Did he also scale out? Did he scale out? God, I hope so. I don't know. He should be doing things like that, though. He should be just like he is with GameStop, doing the bonds and the warrants at the highs at the 30s, right? We should be maybe selling the Bitcoin, a little bit of it, a percentage, and then scale that back in on the lows, right? I don't really think that's going to be the plan there, though. I think it's more of just like a long-term fucking sit there, right? That's what crypto is hold. But if crypto goes up, USD goes down, that's not my game. I don't want that, right? I live in the Western world. Like, USD being up is very good for me as a Canadian, I don't need more BRICS influence. And that's exactly what all this is, right? It's just a play at the global economy. Like, I want to be at the head of the table. And as someone who sits behind the person at the head of the table, I'm fine with the way things are, And I'd prefer them to say the same. Which is why I'm skeptical of, the crypto, of the institutional hate, right? Like, I'm not buying into that propaganda. Get out of here. I like my own propaganda. We're breaking VWAP finally. If we can clear this buy-side liquidity, we're going to get some fresh orders, right? Market structure shift, it wants it. It wants it. Can we get a new order block? See, whenever the stream gets dull, you guys can just send me for a coffee, right? And then I'll start talking about some crazy shit. So I know people are like not a fan right now, but gold at all-time highs, USA having, the largest gold reserves, it's not bad. GameStop holding the 200 is nice. Allowing that momentum to reset so we can get another late day run would be good to see. 23s are down a little bit, but still holding good value, up 24%. We opened those this morning. There was a call out on the Discord for anyone who was here. Someone was at some point. These are now trading at $1.23 from our 99-cent ads. And then as long as the broader market can hold, we're going to hold those into the end of week before we start scaling out, potentially on Friday afternoon, and then Monday morning, Tuesday afternoon will be the last chance to scale out. We'll hold a small percentage, and we are breaking this buy-side liquidity. This is going to be nice for a GameStop run this afternoon, I think. We want to scale out and just hold lottos through the earnings call. And then if you were to sell covered calls, it's probably, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday morning, right? Just like we averaged in on our option contracts, on our longs, we will on our covered calls or our shorts as well. Hi, Maya. So you'll see we get a really nice bar here. And why is that? Because over a buy side liquidity, there is A, short side stop losses, but B, long side limit orders, right? So when the price gets there to interact, you get a nice move. So it's always really nice when you break a buy side liquidity to the upside. Similar how if you break a sell side liquidity to the downside, you can get a nice extension. Of course, we're just trading on the 1 minute, so it's all, very touch and go, but it's good to learn the principles, I think. Like super basic trading. So you'll see, I guess we can go through these indicators with you guys. You see how this fair value gap has a dotted outline? That's because it was activated with this bar. This candle reached in to the fair value gap and activates it. This one is present but has not been activated yet. So what do we want to do? We want to reach into it, activate it, and then expand back out, right? Because there is a bit of a void in liquidity here, right? Because the price moved through it so quickly. Not every order got interacted with, so we want to maybe come back in, tag it, and then go. run into the upper 20s so we can raise more money. I don't think we really get any of that until low 30s. But I get upper 20s is basically low 30s. The S3 needed to be in place for the warrants to be exercised, if I'm remembering that correctly. It doesn't indicate that there would be an at-the-money offering. It is, I think, meant to be in place as just like prerequisite to the warrants being exercised. I'm fairly certain. So I wouldn't be counting on an at-the-money. However, what's the protocol on that? You fucking dump your shares. I'm sorry. I know people are not going to like that. You get an offering, you hit the sell button as fast as you can get to it. If you're uncomfortable and that makes you nervous, 1%, 5%, 10%, right? Find that comfortability level. Right? For me, it's a higher percentage than that. But with that being said, you can immediately start scaling them back in, right? Let's say you get to it right away. We're at 28. The offering news comes out. You get to your computer. We're at 26.50. Boom, you hit eject. You get your fill at 26.20. And then all of a sudden it's 25. It's 24. It's 23. You can start immediately scaling back in. It can be very, very fast, right? Because some of these corporate filings or catalysts move the stock price drastically. So even if you see it down a little bit, it's probably going to go down more, right? Yeah, that's wild. Lots of times you'll get that news after hours. So it is quite the gamble in the morning. Because to get a good fill, it's almost not going to happen. I don't buy puts, really. I'm more of a long. Yeah, you got to wait till the next morning. Because then you can dodge IV crush and still ride it down because people are going to be taking profits. So you still get a sell-off, but you can open your position post IV crush in the morning and still ride it down. Pretty aggressive, though. The shortest thing I typically do is just selling covered calls. If I'm buying puts, it's on the index. It's on the S&P 500. I'll just buy dailies or, buy a couple days if we're having a market sell-off. That's my big short. It's impressive, I know. Okay, so we've done just that, right? We've come now back into the fair value cap. We've activated it. You see how the outline is dotted now? Let's see if we can get a movement upwards. Potential volume imbalance if it holds, which shows strength, buying strength off of this gap activation. Okay, it's selling back down, so not that strong. That's a lot of money to some people there. Right? Fucking that's groceries for the month. And USD, that's rent. I have Canadian dollars, so it's a little different. There are a lot of sellers at this level, though, right? Like, look at all these wicks up here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks. That's a sell zone, it would appear. We also have, some buyers here in the gap, but well, they can't both be right, The last time I sold a meaningful stack of GameStop shares was at 77. Ugh. Otherwise, it's just been little scalps. So it's been some time. I'm in need of some profits. GameStop pretty dead this afternoon. About an hour left. I would expect the afternoons to be run-ups rather than sell-downs, just as people are probably loading contracts. Specifically this week. And more so towards the end of it. Which, we are... Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? So... Things to cover for today's video. We'll do a recap video. What should we talk about? Just brag about our option contracts? Probably. Go over the data, volatilities. Just trading is so crazy that we're just sideways, right? All right, we're invalidating this fair value gap. We have a bearish market structure shift. Maybe this previous resistance of the buy side liquidity can act as support. If not, we're back to VWAP and it's got to hold, right? What's the delta on these 23s? 53. Okay. Let it ride. Are you in the money still? I'd like to get, a little bit more price improvement on them in a couple days of IV gain still. And the market seems strong. We have been flirting. Did this get moved on me? Yes, it did. Yeah, we're still just like flirting with this downtrend. So as long as that can hold, I think we're okay. It's worth the risk. But if this clearly is going to break down, then I think you just take your gains, close them all out. You're a winner already. There's no need to be I got to wait to the very last day before earnings. There's no. Just walk away. Well, not close out your positions, take the gains, and then walk away. Right? Because it's going to be another run up next time. And if the market's going to crash and invalidate this whole cycle for us, it's we definitely want to have capitalized on it because it is a while till the next, right? So I guess I'm saying if this does break down, don't let these get evaporated because you worked hard on these, right? Beaners. Meow. Cat's always crying at me. I'm going to turn you up. Do it again. You turn the mic up to get a cry, and then he'll never cry again. That's a good trick to have him be quiet, is you just turn the mic up and say, hey, everybody, listen to my cat. Dead silent. So much for a power hour. I mean, where would it come from? There's no volume all day, right? And on that note, if the market was going to break down as well, I think it could be a good time to sell those cover calls. Start averaging in if that was your game. Aside from that, things look good, right? They look good enough to continue to hold. If you're comfortable, if you are nervous in any way, I would definitely scale out, reduce risk until you are comfortable, right? That's a big part of trading. It's just general psychology and being in a position that you're comfortable with, right? So that's something that everyone's going to learn on their own through experience. So whenever you're feeling uneasy, typically it just means that you're sized in too much and you need to reduce your risk, right? Until you don't feel that way. And then get comfortable with the risk that you operate at, and then you can slowly move it up as you do gain comfortability and experience, right? That's where that comes from. But if you're like in these contracts and we've seen this was up 110% or something, and now it's down to 100. If that in any way makes you nervous and you're like, oh, I should have sold this when it was at 930 instead of 850. What am I doing? That means you need to be scaling out and trimming down, reducing your risk so you don't feel that way, right? And everybody, based on their own life and, risk profile, I guess, is going to have a different level. So furthermore, if you scale out and, say you're up 100% and you sell 50% or 65% of your positions, let's say 65. No, that's smart. And and then the rest of the position goes down, right? Now the psychology of remaining in that trade through a potential dip, trend retest, and potential further expansion, you cut the trade. You're like, oh no, like I got to get out of here. My profits are evaporating. But because you already took the majority of your profits, you feel much more comfortable staying in the trade through that potential retest of a trend line. So always good to be scaling up. Well, those are great if you have the capital to exercise them, but if not, you still need to be selling them on a high like any other, right? Unless you truly think that we would be higher in January than we would be on a potential spike here. And then again, you can just scalp around your core position. Say you own 100 calls, you can sell 60 of them, sell 75 of them, right? And then maybe you get a dip and you can buy back, not the whole amount, but maybe 50% of the percentage that you had previously sold, right? And that's the best thing you can do, is develop your own plan to scale out, and just stick to it. You got to have consistency, because it's too easy to let your emotions control the trade if you don't have a predetermined plan that you are used to sticking to. It's habit for you to stick to that, right? And that's how you protect yourself from greed. Truly, that's the whole key of eliminating that greed hold. Because everybody sees green and they're like, more green. And then, the trade turns back and it's like, well, where did it all go? Womp, womp, womp. But in reality, if they acted appropriately and scaled out, then, they're getting rid of that greed in real time. And that is how it's done. And then it doesn't come back to burn them. Because overholding options is something that new traders do, right? Because they're going to see this and they're like, holy shit, this is up 100%. I'm going to hold, like, let's go another week before earnings. But in reality, the stock giveth and the stock taketh away. If the price turns back because the market starts to crash, it doesn't matter what IV is. The price of these options is still going to get decimated from the delta, right? So it is, about lining a couple of things up, right? It's the earnings reports with GameStop, right? That pre-earnings run up, and then we take the options play early before the earnings announcement, and then we kind of scale in a couple times throughout the process as we wait for it to come. Coupled with market conditions, right? Is the market holding up? Is it going to allow that run up to, to be realized, or, are we going to get dunked down and it just doesn't happen, right? So there's a couple things to be watchful of. Market looks good into close. What the fuck, GameStop? Get your shit together, dog. We are finally challenging this bearish order block, which we mentioned hours ago. We were talking about, if we get this VWAP reclaim, then we can look at the order block. And, we tried. We finally got it, right? Very nice. And here we are. Let's see if we can clear this. Draw it out ahead of time. Where's my rectangle? Yeah, that's pretty close. So we would expect rejections here, right? However, if we can break through and invalidate it, we can retest this area, right? And this would be those areas where you could potentially go long on for more. But I don't think so. I think it's more likely a area of rejection. But if it wants to invalidate and retest, that's fine. That's its own thing, right? But since we are already, like this is like a nice run off of the lows, this probably would want to cool down, a couple more times before it does it, I would assume. GameStop momentum at this point must be fully reset. It has been chilling on ice. And what do we have? Still 45 minutes in the market, so we could make a bit of a move. Unlikely, but that's kind of when GameStop does it, is right at the beginning of the market and right at the end. Really. Why just the one expiry, though? That doesn't make any sense. I also don't subscribe to the theory that it was ever coupled. I don't think the warrants have anything to do with the Greeks, and this is going to have a delta and everything to it, which this doesn't. So I don't necessarily believe that they were coupled to begin with. We can look more into that, though. This is fairly interesting. I think they're restricting it because the liquidity is just so bad, though. Like, what's the spread on that? It's probably insano. So a lot of brokers will restrict you from buying a risky position, and I think that's for your protection. Like, I know people, they're out to get me, but I don't think that's necessarily true all the time. So I think the GameStop 1 warrants, even the GameStop 1 option contracts, even though they have the warrants attached to them, the liquidity on them is very, very bad. And therefore, you as a trader probably don't want to interact with them. So they, kind of box you out, and then people say, oh, you're treading on my rights. Which, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's your right to hurt yourself. All right, let's make another run at this order block here. We were rejected pretty hard the first time. Well, not even the first time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It's called Power Hour because you're supposed to have a power nap. Oh! Simba, save us. GameStop having an inverse relationship with the broader market today a little bit, hey? Because when the S&P 500 was down, we were up, and now it's up and we're down. What is going on? You know, at this point, you could expect a sell-off into close, I think, for GameStop. You know, the confirmed break of the 200, failing the retest of it. Yeah, it's not great. SPY looks great, though. That's killing it. It needs a power-up, truly. Needs a Greg tweet. Right? What's our volume? $5.2. There's what, half hour left? We just need 1 more million. Which we'll probably get, honestly. Lots of volume comes in at close. What a boring day, though. What do you do? I mean, I'd like 24, to be honest. Like, having them in the money by nothing doesn't mean much. But a couple dollars? Much better. Because the delta right now is still only 0.5, right? But if you could get that up, closer to 1, and then couple that with an IV increase, it should be good. There's some room for these to grow still. Even if you can get it up to like 0.75 or 8 delta, I think that would be decent. $404 was the high of the day on the warrants, which I, again, think is irrelevant. Simba. Meow. You're so chatty today. You stay off of me. You can't tell me what to do. Cat attack. Cat butt in my face. You gotta put up a buffer. He's like, okay, maybe I don't fit up there. If it fits, it sits. I had to try. Rejecting that order block as suspected. Just failing to reclaim it so many times. You know, you're not going to be allowed to knock on the door forever. Eventually, someone's going to come out and say, fuck off. No one's home. Dave's not here, man. That's a nice bar, though. That's setting up a market structure shift. Order block in place. If it was going to break, it would be right after this. On that note, you've seen a lot of moves like that off the 21, which is strong. GameStop attempting to reclaim the 21. Just slow as molasses. Zero volume. $33 till close. I'd be comfortable putting this one in the books, right? I don't think we really see much into the end of the day. Maybe a slight price improvement, but I think this is it. But don't worry. We're going to be back tomorrow, right? And the next day. And the next day. But then it's like the weekend. But we'll be here Monday again, which is awesome. And then Tuesday, we'll definitely be here, right? We might even stay late, do an earnings call stream. And then Wednesday, we're obviously back. Right in the morning, maybe. Maybe we do a morning Wednesday stream at Market Open. Do an all-dayer on Wednesday, maybe. And then Thursday, we probably come back to regular schedule. Friday, weekend. Watch the market break down and GameStop go up here. Because we're going to lose the 20, right? We're rejecting the order block again. Right? Like I said, you're not going to be allowed to test it indefinitely. Like eventually, sellers are going to take control. But the 21 has been strong. So you need to break that. It's still trying. It's impressive. The 21 is really strong. Wow. Persistence pays, I guess. Just knock on doors until they fold. Okay, so there. Perfect. We see it form. We had it drawn out ahead of time, right? Oh, how is that so? Right? We know that because there was this bearish order block. So we just take the body of the candle, right? Draw it out. There it is. We reject, 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 reject. When we break through, now we want to retest, right? That we've invalidated, which, you know, we're basically doing in real time to potentially expand for more, which is crazy because we just already had such an extended run here. But, I mean, it is power hour, right? GameStop clearing its 21 as well. First attempt at the 50, and obviously the 200 is here, but, you know, momentum's kind of reset here. Let's see if we can take advantage of it. Yeah, I'll come. We'll do the earnings call and hang out. I'm always down for a little market volatility, right? And then if GameStop ever squeezes, you know, I'll do my best to jump on as well. We can delete this now that it's drawn itself. So I like having this because I'm lazy, but it is important to know all of these things without the drawings, right? So you could be drawing it yourself, and then once you know how it all operates, you can just kind of have it done automatically. But I guess on the same note, it works good to help you learn as well, and then you can switch and just do them yourself. Because when you do it yourself, you can do it ahead of time, so you know what to look for, rather than just like, oh, this happened, now I'm reacting to it. I'll start building a table of contents and definitions as well. So whenever I say, you know, market structure shift or order block, breaker block, whatever, you know, this dumb fucking lingo, we'll just pull up the definition for everybody really quick, right? Make it more educational. Because I don't want to be gatekeeping anyone. You know, that's not my intent. And I understand that a lot of this is complicated. So we've invalidated and are like, this is a clear retest. Let's see if it can hold. As written by the glory of Bast. And this is like, you know, it's just how it is. Like, you'd be taking entry in on this, right, with a stop loss below. Whoops. Right? And then you're hitting for a 1-to-1 risk reward, which you got, right? So, you know, you'd be buying an at the money option. You'd be buying a 682, and then you'd immediately be selling it at a 1-to-1. Maybe you get a 2-to-1. But I only aim 1-to-1. I'm not that heavy of a hitter, but some people are. Some people are quite good at this. GameStop failing its 50 exponential moving average reclaim on the 1 minute. Let's activate that fair value gap and try again. Also rejecting the order block, right? There's a couple levels of resistance quite tightly knit. All right. Order block still holding. Well, maybe not. This is kind of that final level, though, yeah. So, yeah, it did pay for a 1-to-1, which is good. And that's why I hit at a 1-to-1 risk-reward, right? At least for the scale-out, because you can't guarantee just, yes, I want more gains, but you have to make sure that you stick to a specific scale-out strategy. And for me, it's a 1-to-1 risk-reward based on entry and stop loss, obviously. And if this reclaims, we could enter this again, right? There's no problem with that, but you do have to manage that risk, right? So you have to okay, I'm out. And then, so this is breaking up again. You can look at taking those re-entries here. That's no problem. And would have to re-exit if it broke down again. But you could maybe open your stop loss up a little bit more, right? Just use this bar as your new stop. We did have it pretty tight, right? It's pretty tight. But you... Oops. You would want to see this still hold, which is not. And again, why I voiced concern, because we already had such an extended run into the order block that it really does need to cool down. But just like an entry model, like that's kind of how you would play at order block invalidation. And we have another order block here, which you would hope to invalidate and then expand out from. There's not even a body to this candle. That's crazy. Something like this. And that's actually how we've made a lot of money on GameStop, is reversals invalidating these order blocks. So the order block's still invalidated, but the breaker block has also been invalidated now, right? So at this point, you just want to reset momentum, and then we can maybe aim for the next order block up. But if not, obviously how we're aiming for the upside order blocks, you would also be looking for movement to retrace to the downside bullish order blocks. Hopefully finding support here and not invalidation, but we take it as it comes, right? Just interpret price action in real time. It could use a good amount of cowbell. Not too much, though. Sometimes a little much can be applied. Makes it an unpleasant experience. I haven't watched Saturday Night Live in 15, 20 years. It's probably since that episode aired. A long time. Oh. This looks like it could be a potential bearish order block forming. I don't want to be that guy. But, well, you don't care. It's the S&P 500. Cheers, Bobble. You have a good day. I don't think we're going to see much to close out. And if there is anything, I'll post about it in Discord. And I'll do the morning recap as well, and then we'll be back tomorrow afternoon here for the usual. We're just kind of counting down the moments ourselves. How much time do we have? 18 minutes. I mean, a lot can happen in 18 minutes. You be careful. Oof. So this is where we can kind of test our inverse relationship theory. You know, the bearish market structure shift here on SPY. We're going to probably retest VWAP, right? Does GameStop re-challenge its 200 based on SPY's weakness? Because earlier it did appear that we were having a bit of an inverse relationship. But obviously that's not going to be able to hold true indefinitely. Where's the connection between overnight repo up and them dumping mortgage-backed securities for cash? How do you know that? I don't collect cards and have pulled a ton of power packs. Just donating to the cause. Attaboy. We appreciate you, brother. Hey, man, record those power pack openings for me, and I'll put them in my fucking videos. I need that content, dude. Right? Just do a screen record, and then I'll give you my email or whatever. You send them my way, and I'll react like it was me doing it. Oh, my God. Because I think it is good content. And as a Canadian, I'm so jealous. I mean, I probably would just be opening $25 packs, but the elusive screen record. Oh, man, it'll get you. I don't really use my phone a lot. I'm on my computer full time. And when you're on a computer, it's like, who needs a phone, right? I should check my phone. I haven't looked at it all day. I'm going to fill my water bottle, take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll do our closeout. And I'm definitely not going to look at my phone. All right, I don't even know where my phone is, but I did get my water filled. "13 minutes left on the clock." Again, I don't expect much, but you never know. Get nice and comfy. Then I'll probably have a bit of a nap. Well, I might even just throw the Twitch stream on immediately and then kind of like nap on the side. But then we're going to film content this afternoon still. It's a lot of work getting A, my normal trading session in, B, this new GameStop live stream, and C, my Magic content and the trading content as well, right? I still have to film 3 videos, get those uploaded and rendered and everything, right? So a lot of work still to do today. And I might need just a quick 10-minute nap. For science. Nice, dude. That's a sweet pull. Fuck. It's impressive. Do you have anyone helping you, or is it all on your own? Oh, yeah, it's definitely my own. I'm very much solo, lone wolf individual. I mean, what's there to help with, you know? Just being here liking the videos is all I need. That the watch time and the likes, just the engagement in chat, that's phenomenal. That's really the whole deal. You guys do that, I'll show up, I'll put in the time, I'll do my best effort. And then it should just organically grow, you know? But I don't want to, you know, be, you know, pushing work on anyone. Not that there's no work to push, right? So finally seeing some volume come in right at the end of the day. Classic GameStop. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. 10 minutes left. Yeah, the prices of the cards are... I don't have much to say anymore. Like, I get it. I'm an old man. You guys are like all crypto millionaires, apparently. I'm just going to go cry below the poverty line. At least for a little bit. GameStop's going to help me correct that. But, you know, shout outs to everybody buying these cards. Because it's not just the fact that people are paying for the $2,500 power pack, right? Or the $1,000 power pack or the $500 power pack is still ludicrous to me. But it's the fact that people are paying $10,000 for a Gyarados, $30,000 for a Gengar. That is truly insane. Like, it's just a whole nother level. Like, who's buying this? Who is buying these cards? Like, honestly, it's got to be like big Pokemon. Michael Burry wants to get in on and crack a story. How about the price of these Pokemon cards? It's big Pokemon, baby. You know, they're just buying these cards at inflated prices to increase the you know, the sales of their new product. I'm certain of it. Big Pokemon is pulling us, you know? Oh my gosh. Right? So I don't know. It just doesn't seem realistic to me. Like, but I get it. There was like the Bored Ape NFTs selling for like $250,000. So like, what's, you know, at least you get the card. Football players ripping Pokemon packs, WWE guys ripping Pokemon packs. Yeah, all the kids grew up and they're like pretty wealthy. They're doing well for themselves apparently, which is good. I'm glad. That's awesome. You know? Absolutely insane though. Crazy. And that's what's cool because it, you know, there is like a gap in equality or whatever, like within the wages or, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the goddamn, bro. Like the level of lifestyle that you experience. There's a big gap in that, right? There's a difference between making, you know, 85K a year or 100K a year and you know, 2.5 million. It's a massive gap, right? So it's pretty wicked that you have something for those people to buy, right? Because what does a millionaire buy at GameStop? What does a millionaire buy at GameStop? Fucking nothing. Not a goddamn thing. And if they were to buy, it would be such a small percentage of their total net worth that like it's nothing to them, right? But you know, okay, these power packs, I can start ripping $2,500 power packs, and like, you know, I can burn through 25K like I wanted to fill that void that I have inside. I get it. So it gives the top end of society a place to funnel their cash, that's awesome, right? Very, very good. Better to buy a power pack than a share of AMC. Honestly, it does have better returns. Like, what is it, a negative 6% average or something on the power packs? AMC's, what, negative 90%? No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea what AMC's financials are like. I just talk shit. It makes me feel better about myself, as one does. You get a little bit of a rush. Ooh. So we're breaking VWAP. We're going to meet Satan himself to close out the day here. There's 6 minutes left. The SPY not doing so hot today. Giving it all back. Giving it all back to the downtrend, which is just like, I think, where we're hanging out. You know, this is where we want to be. Not too hot, not too cold. GameStop bleeding down as well. Kind of a bummer, but that is what it is. We're going to see how things unfold tomorrow. Those 23s are still up, right? 11, 12%. We told people to scale out at 30%, though, which we definitely hit. Right? So it's as good as guidance as I could possibly give. Yeah, I mean, honestly, another day closer to earnings without totally shitting the bed is good. I would have liked to hold some of these gains from the day, but we'll get them back tomorrow, I'm sure. I wouldn't mind a Greg tweet. A little Greg Ryan back and forth tonight. That would be pretty tasty dessert. I doubt it, but, you know, you got to dream, right? And then Burry's post, I think is post earnings. I don't think it's too far into December, right? He's not going to wait till fucking Christmas. So, there's only so much time between the 9th and the 20 whatever. Oh, it's midweek? I bet we get it on the 21st or the 14th. I bet it's mid. Maybe it's after Christmas. I doubt it. I doubt he waits till after Christmas. Maybe, though. We're failing that VWAP reclaim. Brutal. So just how we like the reversal signal, in a bullish fashion, this is it in its bearish form, where we have the EMAs cross, and then we're losing the key level, which is the 200 in VWAP, and then we're retesting it and breaking down further, right? So this is classic entry model for downside. Oh, GameStop's going to be my entire portfolio forever. We're not even started, man. The shorts haven't even begun to capitulate. It may not even begin until 2030. And that's the sad truth of it, but I'm committed. This is the hill I'll die on. I think it's going to be for the best. And I think, capitalizing on short-term movements while one waits for the inevitable has got to be just about the smartest thing anyone can do. And I've been making out really well with it. I've got my family and friends, on the program. And I'm going to onboard all of you as well, right? My pleasure. Because it's good. You deserve it. Everybody does. Just adding every day. I don't make as much money as I used to, so my rate of acquirement is down as of late. But it is what it is. Like my other YouTube channel, I have 2 YouTube channels. One is Hello Good Game, which was my first, where I made YouTube content. Oh, ding, 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 for Magic the Gathering, right? And at one point, I was doing really good at this, just stacking GameStop shares, but it's really slowed down. So I'm hoping that this channel can help fill the void so I can afford to exercise all my warrants. Right? I'll be honest, man. I'm here for the ad revenue. I'm not this holier-than-thou white knight. I have my own, incentive, right? Which is the ad revenue through a successful channel, so I can afford to exercise my warrants, etc. Right? But through that, I need to have the channel successful, which is, obviously not grifting anyone. And I think everybody's going to win, right? It's going to be good. Support levels, yeah. At this point, that's, I'm basically swinging highs and lows mostly. And then rinsing profits. I always like to hold the percentage of those gains for options. So always holding a little bit of cash for those plays as well. Doing more options as of late. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. Leave a like on your way out. Maybe drop a comment. I don't even know if you can do that. It's just in the live chat, I'm pretty sure. But either way, thank you for watching. Have a fantastic afternoon. I will see you all again tomorrow. Same time, same place, 10 a.m. Mountain Standard. Or I guess it would be 12 p.m. Eastern, which you're maybe more accustomed to. Market time. And we'll stream until close again. So a fairly successful day considering how little we had to talk about. Going over some options data, just managing our positions. No real news came our way, but utilization is down, which is a good sign, right? No one really has the courage to borrow shares. Power Pack's doing their things. We're just going to kind of wait for earnings on that. If you need anything, I'm in the Discord. Take